Pippin! Congrats on first, bud. How you doing? Alright, live notifs are up. Nasky, welcome in. How you guys doing? We're doing something a little different today. Y'all ready for this? Oh no, Masky! Oh, that's okay. That's a bummer, but I'd be big bummed out. I fucking cling to those stream streaks though. I'm crazy with that shit. Welcome in, everyone. Like I said, we're doing something a little different tonight. Instead of doing digital art, we are going to be using the new hand cam and working on a Suncatcher. I have been collecting these pieces for months for the purpose of having something cool to make when we did our first official hand cam stream. And I've had the hand cam set up for a little bit of time now, but I wasn't able to do like a dedicated stream to it quite yet because I was a bit backlogged with commissions, so we needed to work on those. But here we are. So you guys can see an array of pieces I've collected here. I love a Lego stream, Masky. There's a specific category just for it, too. It's like Lego and brick building. Yeah, so we have, Gintoki, how are you? We have a bunch of these super sparkly, shiny crystals in various sizes. I'm so mad, too. Some of you might have seen my post earlier on the Discord. I was considering canceling stream today because the weather has been fucking wild. And as a result, I had to rush last minute to get ready for stream once the storm started to lighten up because I didn't want the power to go out while I was streaming or something. Knock on wood. Now that I fucking said that. And because I had to rush, I dropped one of the pieces and broke it. So I'm gonna have to get a replacement for this crystal here. This chunk just chipped right off. And I'm so upset about it. It's hold on. There you go. You see it better. That angle. So I'm gonna have to replace this one. But luckily these ones were from a hardware store right by me, whereas the other ones were like special ordered. So at least I don't have to do another special order. But yeah, I'm gonna have to get a replacement for that one. Like how shiny that is, though. I love it. Yeah, this weather's been fucking crazy, dude. I like that idea, Masky. There's also like a lot of if you can't afford a Lego set proper, or if you just think they're overpriced because they are pretty fucking expensive, there's a lot of like knockoff Lego sets where somebody will tell you what Lego pieces to buy and in what colors, and they have like their own build instructions, and it's cheaper to do that way than to do like the proper collectible sets, which is interesting. Um, and you can just like go to like the Lego wall at the Lego store and get all the right pieces. Um, I don't know, it's neat. So right now, a lot of this is held together with just bits of wire. You can see these are strung together with some jeweler's wire. Um, or floral wire, rather, just to keep the pieces together. And, we are going to be chaining them with this gold chain that I got that's rather thin, because I wanted something delicate. Hey, Insane, how are you? Um, fuck yeah, Masky. That's probably gonna have some really cool pieces in there too. I mean, I would hang with you on a Lego nonsense stream. Like, I think that's cool as fuck. Um, I personally would try to go in with some sort of idea, but that's because when I have no idea what to do at all, I just kind of panic. Oh no, Insane. Are you in this fucking crazy rain too? Because it's been bullshit here all day, on and off. It like oh my god, it was so bad earlier. And then I like threw some towels down by the door because it was coming down through the weather stripping, and like moved some stuff off the basement stairs because there was water coming in through the foundation because it was pooling against the back of the house. It was yesterday for you? Gotcha. I think I'm getting hit by the same thing now, just further my way. And yeah, it was really bad. And then it calmed down for a few hours. And I'm like, well, if it stays nice like this, stream is gonna be totally chill. And then as soon as like I went to start setting up stream, it started kicking up again. And I'm like, fuck, I'll give it like 20 minutes and see what happens. So yeah, now we're here. And I had to rush to get ready. Fuzz, how are you? We're working with sparkly stuff today. Yeah, there was really bad thunder. There was like streaks of lightning, not just like the sky flashing, but oof. Gintoki must have just missed you. Yeah, I'm like, do all my flashlights have batteries in them right now? Where are my candles? Like, you know. But yeah, so we're gonna be working on a Suncatcher, guys. Um, I feel like I should give a synopsis of some of the different pieces I bought for this, so that if somebody is inspired by this and wants to make their own, then they'll know what I use. So first and foremost, a lot of jump rings, a lot of eye pins, a number of head pins, screw eye pins, which got misdelivered 4 times, mind you. Those are some things that I have sitting on the side, so I have spares. Then I got Suncatcher crystals, which were 2 of these, and I think 30 of these little ones off of eBay. The one I showed before that got broken, the ones that match that. Thanks, Foz. These are sun catching
Sir Pippin the not so smart has
sun
arrived.
catching like ceiling fan dangles, so the things you pull for the light and the ceiling fan to adjust them. That's what these are, and I got them at Lowe's. So I need to replace one of them because one of them broke when I was getting ready. Here's the little chunk that fell off of it. It's so shiny. Yeah. So that's what that is. And then I got coyote teeth. These are coyote canine teeth. They're vintage. So they are they're ethical because whatever coyote died for these died like 100 years ago. You can tell from how like browned and aged they are too. They have that really cool look to them that you can only get with time. So those are coyote teeth, specifically canine teeth. I also have these bronze bells. One side has a rabbit on it, and the other side has a bird on it. Got those on eBay. Then I have these charms that are hanging off these rings are constellation charms. I don't think they're real constellations. I was trying to match them up to real ones, but then again, there's a lot of them out there. They're at least not the Zodiac. They were advertised as the Zodiac, but they're not the Zodiac. But I still think they're cute. So we have those, and then this is called a finding. This is a round finding that has like a beaded edge to it. So I'm using those as connectors, and I think they look really nice with this. This big one that matches is actually a bangle bracelet. I couldn't find any findings that were large enough to host this turkey wishbone, so I got a bangle bracelet from a set of golden bangles. So that's what this is. And then the rest of it was pretty much beads from the Michaels bead shop. So I have these really pretty star-shaped ones, little round pearl ones. These ones are artificial malachite. There's these purple ones. I don't remember what those were supposed to be gemstone-wise, but they're really nice. They're also artificial. And we have some charms throughout here as well that you can't quite see as well on here. But hold on, I should have some on these. So there's these golden star-shaped ones. And there's also, if you can see it, it's very small. Right here on my thumb, a very tiny star-shaped one. When we're working on them, I'll hold them closer so that you guys can see better. Those are little charms that I got. And then there's also glass beads throughout here that I got at Michael's. Gem Duo. They're diamond-shaped glass beads. They have the holographic aspect added, and they have holes on both sides, so they're going to be connecting the chain like more findings. Oh yeah, Foz. Yeah, I have bangle bracelets, but none of the ones I had before this were gold, so I had to get these just for this because I mostly wear silver jewelry. I haven't yet, Pip, but I keep hearing good things about it. Have you checked it out yet? Is it good? Because I'd love a personal recommendation. Yeah, so I made this as like a little centerpiece. This is gonna hang in the middle of the Suncatcher. Again, it's got that wishbone on it. A couple pieces to catch the light, and then some nice gold to sparkle too. We'll move that piece out of the way so we have more space to work. And then these ones can also get out of the way for now, but this is a bunch of different little constellation pieces with loops around them that I just pre-put together so that when we get to the part where we connect these, they already have the jump rings and everything. I pre-did the jump rings on all the beads because I knew that was going to take me a long fucking time of very redundant work, so I wanted to do some pre-assembly. That way we can get to the more interesting stuff of connecting them to the chains and stuff while we chit-chat. Is it that good, Pip? Because I definitely have to check it out then. What streaming platform is it on? Also, Pip, Muse came out with a new album. If you haven't heard it yet, you're gonna hear it in the mix tonight. Hell yeah, hell yeah. You know, I don't have D&D tomorrow, so maybe I could check that out tomorrow evening. Um, Joey is running an event, so he will not be joining us this week. And I was planning on streaming more of this on Thursday because I believe I'm not getting this done in one night. Dude, hell yeah. I'll check it out tomorrow night. Cuz like I was already thinking it was up my alley, but you know, a lot of modern TV has like poor directing and stuff. So even if the premise is my concept, I'll like get turned off by it if it's not well fucking written. I don't know. There's a lot of garbage TV out there right now. All right. So I kept them on that wire so that they would stay in order. I planned the order of everything ahead of time. If you see, that's the super tiny star charms that we're using. They're very, very small. So we have a tiny golden bead, then a big purple bead, a little star charm, a golden bead, which is lava stone that was electroplated, a larger star charm, one of the fake malachite beads, and then another small golden bead. Then we move on to our centerpiece, which is this little bell with all this stuff dangling from it. Looks super nice. Thanks, Masky. I have terrible posture. You're probably witnessing that in real life right now. Real time, rather. And then the other side is a mirror. Masky, you're so nice to me. Did you guys see I posted on TikTok? I posted my first TikTok. I didn't want to, but I did it anyway. I'm trying to start posting like one clip a week on there now that I have a decent backlog of clips. Masky, I don't really want to be on TikTok, but people keep telling me that's where it's at. So I'm trying to start posting clips on TikTok and maybe some clips, but mostly like art pieces, whether they're not in progress or finished, on Instagram to like not to like populate those a ton, but to like try and get people to hang here or check me out if they're on both type shit, you know? I don't know. I'm not that into TikTok, but it's okay. Um maybe I just need to find my people or something, you know? So this piece we have was paired with this one because they match. Yeah, Gentoki. I don't even know how to promote on there because I know like there's so much you're not allowed to say or whatever. Like I'm not gonna start being like, follow me on the purple app. Not my style. Okay, so taking a peek at this. These are I have an embroidery hoop that I'm using as the basis for this. It's too big for the whole thing to fit on camera. But you can see I put screw eye pins onto this embroidery hoop, and I'm going to connect all the chain links to these screw eye pins. And this set of two that we're working on right now is gonna be dangling across from like from here, the middle one, to here. It's going to hang across like that, and there's going to be another piece in the middle, and it's going to go across like that, and there's going to be another piece in the middle. So we need this to be an appropriate length for there to there, for a nice dangle where we can fit one of the little charms on this guy. That's going to hang from the middle there. Hey, Gratos, we're actually making a Suncatcher. But it is basically the
Grotto's
same as
pot has
making jewelry.
arrived.
So that's going to be there. And we want this to be centered, dangling from the chain underneath that. And then we're going to have these beads like that, these beads like that. I'm so much closer to the camera than normal so that I can reach everything on the desk. How you doing, Grottos? So this one's not going to have a lot of chain. We're probably going to do like 3 links in between each of these beads just to space them out a little bit. We don't want to space them out too much because then this section will end up too long for what we're going for. So with that in mind, I'm going to make a few small sections of chain. Just like that. That took me a little bit longer than I prefer. I might need to grab a better tool to cut these links with. But that's okay. We'll get the hang of it. Should have definitely gone with a slightly larger one just for the ease of connecting it on camera. Well, hey, Akam! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. How are you? How was your stream? What were you guys up to? I'm a maker's Mantle. I use they, them pronouns. I am a multimedia artist and a variety streamer here on Twitch. And tonight we're working on a Suncatcher. You can check out some of my art on screen right now, if that's your digs. We got Danny DeVito. We got a dog that I play in Dungeons and Dragons. We got Suvi the Rich, which was briefly the most controversial design on r/art store. How is everyone? Welcome in B, welcome in Hallie. Akam, how are you? If you need to raid and run, that's totally fine. I get it. But thank you so much for bringing your community here. We are working on a Suncatcher.
Howie has arrived.
Right now we are just starting to chain together pieces so that we can hang them off of this embroidery hoop that I put a whole bunch of screw eye pins into. This is going to be some of the dangly pieces, but we have this lovely centerpiece.
The bee doctor has arrived.
That right there is our centerpiece. And we're going to have lots of little bells and coyote teeth and all sorts of pretty beads dangling from this. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's going to be really pretty. And then I have two embroidery hoops. So I have, well, technically this is the exterior of the embroidery hoop. And then I also have the interior, and I'm going to crisscross them. So when it's hanging up, it's going to be a whirligig kind of like that. So it can turn and sparkle from all sides. I was going for the vibe of something that would fit in the bedroom of Howl Pendragon from Howl's Moving Castle, but in my color scheme. So we've got purple, green, and gold. And I plan to hang it like right behind me there so that it'll look really nice in the background when we're done. But for now, it's a lot of stringing beads together and tedious stuff, so we're hanging, listening to music. and having a grand old time. Yeah. B. All is right in the world. Yeah, I think it's gonna look really dope. Unfortunately, I was rushing to get set up for stream because the weather's been fucking crazy all day. It's been storming like mad, and I was considering canceling until things calmed down a bit because I was worried that the power was gonna go out. And so when I ended up finally getting ready for stream, I was rushing and I dropped one of the crystals, so I'm gonna have to replace this one. Um, but that's okay. At least it was this one, which is gonna be the easiest to replace because I got it at like a local hardware store, where the other ones I had to like special order. So at least there's that. Me too, Occam. Me too. I don't own this place. I just rent it. If I did own this place, it would be in a much better shape. But the economy. All right, so next we're gonna pry open one of the ends we have on this guy, hang that on the chain next. Go back where you belong. Get back in order. There we go. Now, that one I know is difficult to see, but it's a very tiny 8-pointed star that I have dangling right between the beads. I will be posting better pictures so that you guys can see the details better later on. I don't, yeah, this camera doesn't focus the greatest. So maybe a slightly better one or a swapperoo or holding things up every now and then is going to be the solution to that. It's my first proper hand cam stream. Yo, I was telling my roommate today, Masky, you made me think of it, about my horror game idea. I really need to, like, I don't know, learn how to make environments in Blender or something. I don't even know the basics of Blender. That's not a program I use. Occam, be careful of fairy circles. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay. I don't know either of them though, Masky, is kind of the point I'm making. I don't do uh digital 3D. That's how I'm gonna phrase that. Because I'll like this is 3-dimensional, I'll sculpt, I'll do things like that, but I don't do now you guys are learning that I talk with my hands. But I don't normally do digital 3D. No, yeah, I it's so much to learn, but I really want to make this fucking game. Food processor, oh my god. How about Chef Mike? You ever use that one to make 3D stuff? Yeah, take your time, Akam. Thank you so much. Go grab a snack or a drink or whatever it is you need. Hallie, you guys use microwaves. You guys don't have microwaves? I think I did. I was lurking yesterday. Um, I'll have to go back. Yo, fuck Mike Rowe though. Yeah, you're in on this, right, Masky? You want to help me make Teletubby horror? We're gonna make the next. I swear to God, it's gonna be the next Five Nights at Freddy's. If my self sabotaging ass doesn't get in the way, it's gonna be the next fucking Five Nights at Freddy's, guys. Yes, Masky's on board. It doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be crazy detailed environments. Because the main thing that's gonna matter is that it's fucking murky and grimy and underwater, so you're not gonna be able to see far. So they only need to look decent up close. It's very much going to be like an old video game where you couldn't see far, so it was just like foggy, except it's murk and darkness and underwater. For voices, we're probably going to need like creepy, like distorted via like emulation, not natural distortion, um, like Teletubby sounds to make them sound like they're like techie and underwater or something. I don't know. I know it was people in costumes, but this is gonna be like the suits themselves, I think. You can kind of see the tiny stars a little better that way if I hold it up every now and then. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I don't want it to be realistic. I don't want it to sound like people. I want it to be distorted as fuck, you know? That's my vision. Anybody wanna Disney wanna hire me for like creature design? I gotta like draw concept art of these fucked up Teletubbies that exist in my brain. Like, Hallie, this is the horror game concept I've been talking about. So, like, if you aren't aware, this is a real life fact. This is a real life fact. Because you know me, I like my weird facts, and then I spin off on chaotic bullshit about it. Um, Real life fact. I'm gonna turn off push to talk so I can rant and do this at the same time because I need both hands tonight. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Open mic now. Real life fact. The Teletubbies set was on private property that they rented. It wasn't like a Hollywood studio set or something like that. Like it was just somebody's yard. Like some dude had a lot of property, lived on like a farm or whatever, and they were like, "Hey, can we use like this corner of your farm that you're not using anyway to like film our children's show? Like we'll pay you." And they were like, "Okay." And so Teletubbies was filmed on private property. And the owners of this private property were having a problem after the show ended, where they kept having people break onto their property to try and go to fucking like Tubby Town or whatever the fuck it's called. Um, and it was a problem because with where they live, if somebody were to get injured on their property, it would leave them liable to a big old lawsuit. And they didn't want to get sued just because they were nice enough to like host Tubby Town or whatever the fuck. Um, so they flooded it because it was basically a bowl anyway. Like the town was meant to be in a valley, so they just like dug a bowl shape out and put up the stupid fucking buildings for Tubby Town. And to keep people off the property and from breaking into it, they flooded it and turned it into like a koi pond on their property or whatever. Um so I had the idea of a game that's akin to Slender Man and Five Nights at Freddy's, in that you wander around this creepy map with limited vision because it's dark, collecting things a la Slender Man. And in the meantime, you are avoiding the pursual of horrific, rotten, waterlogged mascots a la Five Nights at Freddy's. So, yes, Wretched Teletubbies would be an awesome fucking game. And you can't convince me otherwise. I'm telling you, it would work because you get. Okay, so we couldn't call them. Obviously, we can't call them Teletubbies. So this is an off-brand thing inspired by Teletubbies because satire law, and I I want to make it so bad. I think it would be all the things that made Slenderman go viral and all the things that made Five Nights at Freddy's go viral in the same game. And I think it would have a wide appeal when it comes to audiences who like horror, because you have thalassophobia, fear of deep dark water where you don't know what's coming. You have mascot horror. You have submechanophobia, because like technically the mascots could be like machines and animatronics and stuff. Um, you like it catches such a wide audience. I think it would be really fucking good. I'm just saying that I think it has great potential. Thalassophobia. Oh my god, B. So yeah, that's why when you described your fucking scene in OBS as a wretched Teletubby because you're on the guy's tummy as the screen or whatever, I was like, oh, I gotta tell him about my horror game idea. I was like, have I told Hallie about my wretched idea? um, so I would need help though because I don't know how to make a game. That's not something I've ever studied before. Tummy hubs. Yeah, we've talked about a couple alternate names for them. Maskey came up with a few really good ones. Yeah, that sounds like you, Hallie. So this is totally gonna hang down more than I wanted it to. 3 lengths might have been like too long for this little delicate piece. Um, it might have been better to just like chain the beads together for this one, but we'll see when we get there. If I need to repurpose the links elsewhere, I will. Yeah, it was what was it? Trying to remember. It's gonna be in my message history, so I can dig through and see. Also, I love this song, like, a lot. But I can't sing along because I'm not using push to talk. And Dion's not here. He'd be so pissed if I sang on stream for the first time when he was fucking working. He would be so angry. I'm just gonna hum because I can't hop it. If I get DMCA'd for humming, I'm gonna be so pissed. I don't know how exactly that works. Okay, this one's kind of slipping. Stay still. Ah, fuck, I linked that one on the wrong. I linked that one on the middle one. I thought I had it on an edge one. Nope, wrong link. Dude, their new album is fantastic. I'll put it on. You want to fucking listen to it? I'll put it on right now. It's called the Wow Signal. It's literally on my listen again right now. I'm glancing at the screen and it's right there. Dude, insane. When I made my stream title on Deltarune Chapter 4, Take Me to Church, I knew I was aging myself with that joke. I was like, oh no, now they're all gonna know I was on Tumblr in the 2010s. Like, as if it wasn't obvious. Like, I still remember this stupid bullshit. I still remember, I like your shoelaces. Where'd you get them? Thanks, I got them from the president. I was there when the sacred texts were written. You remember too! You remember too! That's the worst part! It's like the game you as a fucking Tumblr nerd. We were all there, except B, apparently, who never had a Tumblr. Which surprised me, because we have the same sense of humor. Which is very much a Tumblr sense of humor, let's be so for real. Allie. I always thought that shit was cringe, too. I was like, really? What 11-year-old wrote this? Dude, I miss Vine. It's the funniest thing. I'm so resistant to, like, actually use TikTok, and I'm constantly like, oh, Vine. I miss you, Vine. That's my boomerism. Thinking Vine was much better than TikTok could ever be. It's a cheap replacement type shit. Okay, but Hallie, eventually it would lead into some ridiculous joke as a thread, so like we all reblogged it eventually, as long as the thread paid off, right? Nah, insane. I'm more laughing at like being on cringe Tumblr than I am at being old. We were so bad. Hallie. 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 That's all. I have nothing more to say. Because I was there. So many of my friends were super Hulock, and I liked Supernatural and Sherlock, but I never cared for Doctor Who, and I don't know if that's better or if that's worse. But I can say one thing. I can say that I never liked Homestuck. So at least I have that. And I can say, like, you know how, like, some people are like, oh, how can you know you're straight if you've never tried it with the other team? I can say I don't like Homestuck because I tried to read it. Yeah, Hallie, like, just because you put it in weird troll speak doesn't mean you're not saying a slur, buddy. Slow down. Oh my god. Wait. Okay, first off, who said I have vitriol for Pearl? Because I don't really care for Steven Universe, but the only strong opinion I have on Pearl is stop telling me I look like her! She has two things going for her. Lanky and big nose. I get it! Leave me alone! That's my main vitriol for Pearl. I'm tired of being compared to the lanky big nose lady. And I think she's kind of stuffy, and I don't like how she is about the rules and stuff. Like, I get that she was trying to be a parent to, like, an adopted kid or whatever, but I just don't really care for her character. I thought she was annoying. Yeah, Steven Universe Pearl insane. Hallie just looked her up. 2 defining features! Well, 3, I guess. She's pale because she's a pearl, so she's supposed to look like a pearl. Granted, pearls come in many colors, but she was like a pale pink white pearl. And, what a dumb bitch, Masky. Know thy audience. If you know your audience is gonna be against some shit that you hold as an opinion, consider shutting the fuck up. A lot of people would like you more if you just shut the fuck up. It costs $0 to shut the fuck up. But yeah, everybody tells me I look like Pearl, and I started getting really sick of it because I do have a more prominent nose, and that's one of her defining features. And I am not very secure about my more prominent nose. So I got very annoyed when everybody and their grandmother was telling me I look like the big nose girl from the popular cartoon. You know? I didn't like that. Thanks, Hallie. Like, part of it is that, like, my bangs and my glasses kind of block my nose, and, I actually, part of the reason I have my septum pierced, if you can't, I don't know, it blends into my skin on the tiny camera, but, because I'm so fucking pale. But yeah, part of the reason I got my septum pierced is because people would make fun of my nose, and instead of making fun of my nose now, they say, "Why'd you get that ring put in your nose?" And the ring in my nose was a choice. The shape of my nose wasn't. So I prefer people questioning my nose ring to questioning my nose. That's the whole reason I have a nose ring. Yeah, Insane. I found her rather irritating. Um, I know she was supposed to be motherly and stuff, and I know I have mommy issues, don't get me wrong. But she was just kind of too much for me. And I never really liked Steven Universe to begin with. It's not really my style. A lot of people are surprised to find that out. People usually expect me to like it. But I don't. It's just not my thing. Um and yeah, I got really annoyed by the Pearl comparisons. Hallie, yeah, it works. It works. I'm not even kidding. Nobody comments on my nose anymore. No one has in years. And it used to be constant, dude. So like I've straight up had people tell me that like I would need to get a nose job if I wanted somebody to like me. But now instead they look at me and they say, "How are you gonna get a man with all that shit in your face?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm in a long-term relationship, so shut the fuck up." But yeah, my nose was like one of my biggest insecurities for a long time. I put that on the wrong spot. There. That's the correct spot. The tiny star goes on the next one. It works, dude. I'm not even kidding. And like for real, I would much rather be judged for something I choose. Like if you don't like my nose ring, okay, maybe you're not alternative, maybe you're not into piercings, maybe that's not your style, whatever. That's fine. You're allowed to have taste. But if you don't like my nose, shut the fuck up. I didn't pick my fucking nose. We didn't go through character creation when we were fucking born. Insane, I swear to God. I swear to God, I was like, I'm not kidding when I say I was bullied really badly for my appearance. And as soon as I started getting some tattoos and piercings, people were like, "Oh, you must have been like the cool kid in school. I bet everybody wanted to be your friend. You're so cool. Just get a couple fucking face piercings. People will think you're the shit." And it costs like $120. $120 for everyone in town to think you're the shit. Although I do find some conservative people and like religious leaning conservatives in particular tend to stare, but I don't really give a shit what they think anyway. So dude, Masky, I was at the grocery store the other day and I saw a dude in a like Punisher Marines t-shirt and I just lost it. Yeah, no, I get it. I get why Pearl is the way she is. I just don't care for her, Masky. But yeah, Insane, they are that shallow. They are. Absolutely. Because, like, to these days, ever since I got, like, a couple visible piercings, people think I'm fucking cool as hell. Like, literally, it's the same face it's been the whole time. I'm the same person I've been the whole time. No big differences there. All I've done is, grow up over the years, but I've always been, like, the same person at the core. Um, and a couple face piercings and a couple tattoos, and everybody perceives me differently. I also have people respond to me completely differently depending on whether I'm dressed masculinely or femininely that day. And it is wild, the difference. That's weird and saying. My first thought is that, like, maybe in, like, the difference in clothes between the weather in the two regions, body type might be easier to target where it's hotter out and people are wearing more revealing clothing versus Chicago where it's going to be cold and windy. But the weird thing for me was going to the I went to the same school system my whole life. Um I didn't move until 18. I grew up in one system the whole time. And save for the other students who moved in or out, I was one of the consistent people that was always there. And so it was the same peers all the way through. And and there were like times where their perceptions changed on me as a result of things like about my appearance. Like shoot, I missed one. Like um I got bullied less after I got tall. And I think that's at least in part because even if I wasn't imposing because I'm skinny as hell, um I still, people struggle to mistreat someone who stands above them. Um because there's something inherently imposing about that. So a lot of it stopped when I got tall, and that was weird. Yeah, Hallie, they always will. That's just like the nature of it, It's how it works. But when you add in like the nature of my family and stuff, it was even like within my own family that I was getting shit for that kind of stuff. So it did not make for a confident person. And then the bullies saw that lack of confidence and targeted me. And then I ended up with PTSD and ended up in that cycle where, like, shitty people see me as an easy target. So I've had a lot of shitty people through my life. They're drawn to me like a magnet. And, it's a pain in the ass. I'm not even gonna lie. Yeah, I like to joke that they can, like, smell the trauma. Well, in saying they'll see an insecure person in terms of, like, my posture, in terms of how I might speak, or even like how I say like and stuff like that is not a very confident manner of speech. And they see that lack of confidence as something to exploit. Makes me an easy target. So I end up with more shitty people in my life than the average person, because if they see someone confident, sometimes there's a case where they'll want to take someone who's already confident and tear them down, but usually they're going to go for easy pickings, and easy pickings are people who already have problems. And that's where a large part of like the cycle of this stuff happens, where like if you've been victim to something, you're more likely to be victim of it again. And it's for a few different reasons, but that's among them. So people are like, "Oh my god, how have you had like so many awful terrible roommates, and how have you had so many awful terrible friends, and blah blah blah." Well, like, I wasn't raised to understand the warning signs for that stuff. In fact, I was raised in an environment where that stuff was normalized. And then I never learned how to have boundaries about it. And then my confidence just kept getting torn down more and more, which only made me an easier and easier target, and it spiraled. Is it therapy hours with makers? One of my old teachers said I would have been an excellent therapist. Said I should be a gender therapist specifically. I said, "Do you know how much money in schooling that is?" I was like, "Thanks, but ain't no way." Not today, boss. Not today. Okay, let's just get a look at how that's gonna look on the hoop. So let's like, I'm gonna have to untwist it a little bit to get the charms to hang nicely. But if we just take this, yeah, insane. Those are the kind of people where like, if they see someone insecure, they're gonna take advantage, and they probably saw something in you, not necessarily confidence, but something that suggested you would let them take advantage. And that's like, that can sound, I don't want to sound victim blamey or anything. Obviously, I'm not. It's these people's fault for trying to take advantage. But they're going to try to take advantage of someone who seems easy to take advantage of. They're not going to go out of their way to try and fuck over somebody who has a support system or who's confident enough to stand up to them, because then things aren't going to go in the direction they want for them to. So they're going to look for the gaps and things that they can exploit. Mm. Yeah, I've had some really shitty friends over the years who have taken advantage of my kindness. And I'm not great at enforcing boundaries, and it's something I'm constantly working on. Just drop that jump ring that's gone forever. Yeah, sometimes you need a friend who's actually healthy for you to point shit out when it's not something like, sometimes you're too close to the situation to see it yourself, especially when it's like a pattern. It becomes normalized and more difficult for you to get out of. Let me just attach this off camera real quick, since the whole embroidery hoop doesn't fit on camera. Sorry guys, I'm trying to do as much of it as I can on camera, but I'm totally still getting used to this setup. That's also part of why a lot of the most insecure people you know are good at faking confidence. Because if other people don't see it, it gives them better odds to protect themselves from people who would exploit them like that. And I've had a lot of people tell me I'm very successful at faking confidence, and it's true. That's how that's hanging. It's a little uneven. I'll probably fucks with it later. But there's gonna be more weight on this later. We'll play around with it. Yeah, Hallie, I'm the same way. I'm the same way, Hallie. Yeah, B, there's a lot of sunk cost fallacy that holds people in unhealthy relationships. But if it's not good for you, you should just walk away. And depending on the relationship, some people will try to guilt you more for that than others. We very much have a weird tendency to blame a person for walking away than a person for pushing so hard that someone had to. Yeah, I want to shorten that up a bit so it'll hug nicer with the charm. I might take out some of these beads entirely. I'll have to see. This is supposed to be here. It'll have more weight holding it down later. But yeah, it doesn't quite hang evenly, so we'll fuck around with it. If it looks good symmetrical, then it looks good symmetrical, but if I have to take out some beads, that's just fine too. In the meantime, we'll work on something else. Yeah, B, I get that. I've had to drop a decent amount of people who I considered like good people because they weren't willing to like like nip the bud when it came to somebody else behaving poorly. And I don't know why. I don't know if it's like really I don't know if it's like an American thing. I don't know if it's what, but we very much like to fucking punish the people who walk away. And it doesn't make sense. There's so many people who would rather try to appeal to the people misbehaving than just fucking enforce boundaries, and it's like no wonder they're like this. No one's willing to be fucking real. I've done the whole internet thing most of my life, internet friend thing most of my life. It's not by any means unique to me. You guys hear that? I just saw the mic peak a bit. I don't know if it caught the thunder, if I like bumped it or something. So this is the other one that matches that. I'm gonna put it over there with that so I don't mix them up. I'm gonna need to string these ones. And I have a few long ones that need to get strung too. This one's gonna be a long one. And these three. Although again, I need to replace one of these because unfortunately it got chipped just before I got started. Oh god, B! Not cacophony day all over again. Like, it's so loud. It's so loud. That video I sent you and Hallie really fucking exemplified it while I was laying in my bed with the windows shut. And it was like someone was screaming next to my ear. It was like the end of the fucking world or something. So this one's gonna be a long one, and so are these. So we should probably get schmoving on some of those. So first, I want to do, because this one doesn't have a match, because this is the one that's gonna hang up the whole thing. That's why it has this hook on it. It's just gonna hang up the whole thing with this loop and this hook. And dude, and it's like people are like, "Oh, can't you like do a noise complaint?" And I'm like, "To who? It's the town making the noise." Like, I know. To who? Oh my god, it fucking at least like when we moved in here, the next door neighbor warned us. She was like, "Did anybody tell you about 4th of July yet?" And I was like, "What are you talking about? 4th of July?" She's like, "Oh, somebody's got to tell you." And she warned us that they do the whole siren thing. And like, thank God she did, because if she hadn't, and I had just like woken up to that one morning, dude, I'd be running naked through the streets, wondering what the fuck's going on. Like, I would have sprung straight out of bed and bolted outside, looking at the sky for the nukes. Like I'd be like, Fallout's prepared me for this. Like, oh my god, insane. Over the most, okay, so like most of the friendships I've um I've had to cut out were like secret nice guys. That's the best way I can think to phrase that. Secret nice guys. Because they they were like they were like, "Why won't you fuck me? I put in 10 years of nice coins." And I'm like, "You've been trying to fuck me this whole time? I thought we were friends. Which is it?" Then they like turn around and complain about being friend zoned. And I'm like, "No, you fuck zoned me. You didn't make that clear that that's what you wanted. I thought we were pals." And I'm not trying to dick down my pals. Hi, Henry. How are you? and like and like for some of those, like I've been in a relationship for 11 fucking years, and some of those are like ongoing through my fucking I'm like, "You were just waiting for us to break up, weren't you? Like, that's not what a good friend fucking does." Okay, guys, these are the little glass beads that I was talking about before. um I did go and get a whole tube of extras, because some of them got chipped when I added the jump rings, and I was worried that some of them might break with chaining them. So I got extras, so if any of them do break, we can replace them. How you doing, Henry? Oh, B, that's really weird. Maybe you need to like refresh or something. Are you on mobile? Sometimes I find closing the whole app and reopening works. Ah, man, that sucks. Sinus infections are terrible. Though, after getting a particularly gnarly ear infection like 2 years ago, I'd take a sinus infection over an ear infection again. That shit sucked. Yeah, Twitch Mobile is very prone to breaking. It'd be nice if they fixed it instead of doing all these new features no one asked for. But maybe that's just me. Like the vertical streaming, I know they're trying to compete with TikTok, but if I wanted my stream to be fucking vertical, I'd have fucking made it vertical. I'm working on a Suncatcher, Henry. There we go. That one was being stubborn. I also had to wipe down my whole desk before I could get started because it was fucking covered in orange cat fur. Mr. Donut, wherever the fuck you are, he's not in his box right now. Because he keeps fucking jumping on my desk lately. There he is. Mr. Donut. Keeps jumping on my goddamn desk. And then there's just fur all over my fucking shit. I'm like, get down from there! I don't even know what he wants. There's nothing of interest for a cat up here. Hallie, get down from there. I only have so much space. You're a grown-ass man. These are, the green ones are fake malachite. The purple ones, I forget what they were supposed to be a knockoff of. But they're synthetic or dyed as well. And the golden ones are lava rocks that were electroplated with like bronze or whatever gold colored metal. And then these ones are glass beads that are really shiny and pretty. And we're stringing them together to make the dangly parts for the bottom of a Suncatcher, of which you can see part of the centerpiece, but that's the centerpiece. That's going to be dangling in the middle. I wanted to make a Suncatcher that seems like it could be in Howl Pendragon, which is Howl from Howl's Moving Castle's bedroom. But more me, like my brand colors and stuff. Because, like, I would never actually want to live there in real life because I would not dust his 1,000,001 fucking trinkets once a week. That would be fucking hell. But I'm fucking obsessed with the aesthetic of his bedroom. Also, if you guys didn't know, Howl's Moving Castle is based on a book. And the book is really good. But also, Howl's a lot more of a dick in the book. I love him. You know, B, I've never watched Breaking Bad. Yeah, I've never seen it. And because I'm such a big BoJack Horseman fan, I'm not sure I'd be capable of taking it seriously because I definitely just see Jesse Pinkman as Todd the entire time. It was hard for me to take him seriously in Invincible for that reason. And if you go back and watch the YouTube upload of my Dispatch playthrough, I was calling him Todd the entire time in that too. Okay, B. So we have Breaking Bad, Pushing Daisies, more Inside Job. Because I at least need to get Hallie to the episode with the Pope. I've never seen Better Call Saul either. Firefly's on the list, because I haven't seen that one, and I didn't want to watch it because I knew the whole didn't get an ending thing was a thing. But now they're, like, allegedly making an ending, so maybe I'll finally watch it. I also heard they're making a TV version of Jeanette McCurdy's book, I'm Glad My Mom Died, and that's gonna be crazy. I can't wait to see people react to the name. Yeah, we just gotta find some time. This week's kind of crazy for me, because, my in-laws are on a trip, and so we gotta like stop in to feed the cats and stuff for them. Feed the cats, water the garden, skim shit out of the pool. I really like Jeanette. I think she's so cool. Also, if any of you haven't read her book, I need to give her a shout out because she takes, like, the book is meant to be about her childhood and her mother. And for the most part, it is. But there was an entire chapter taken as an A side specifically to talk shit about Ariana Grande. And I gotta respect it. I love talking shit about Ariana Grande. She took a whole chapter to be like, okay, mom aside, this bitch. And I was like, oh, I felt like you know, my beef with Ariana is legitimate. Don't get me wrong. Like, I didn't need my beef with her to be reinforced. But it always feels nice to know someone who knows them personally also can't fucking stand them when it comes to shitty celebrities. I felt validated in a way I don't think I can explain. I fucking loved it. Oh, insane. Um, if you want a different guy who is also named Dan Schneider but rocks, so there's Dan the Feet Man Schneider, he sucks. And then there's this other Dan Schneider who rocks. He has to balance the scales of what it means to be a Dan Schneider. He's in a documentary on Netflix called The Pharmacist that I highly recommend. It's a really cool documentary. Um, it's about uh, it's about a pharmacist named Dan Schneider who had taken part in the pharmaceutical reform that occurred as a result of the opioid crisis. And by taken part, I mean this man single-handedly got the pharmaceutical system reformed because his son was killed in a drug deal that went bad. And it's an absolute roller coaster ride finding out all the details of how this man got involved, from his job to like stalking pill pushing doctors to like touring really bad, really rough neighborhoods, risking his life to try and address dealers and find out where they were sourcing their shit from. Fantastic documentary. Yeah, for real, Hallie. And it's a shame because he has the same name as Dan the Feet Man Schneider, but he single-handedly balances the scales from really shitty Dan Schneider to really dope Dan Schneider. So I like to be like, no, this isn't Dan the Feet Man Schneider. This is Dan the Pharmacy Man Schneider. Really cool doc. Highly recommend it. Yeah, his name on this show is Spencer, or Crazy Steve if you knew him from Drake and Josh. I'm blanking on the actor's real name right now, but he's fucking awesome. That guy helped protect the kids on that set, and he is a fantastic fella from what I hear. Crazy Steve is baller. Um, Drake and Josh had its moments. It wasn't my favorite. I never really liked I always preferred cartoons. I wasn't really into like the whole like kids sitcom thing they were trying to do. I prefer animation. I mean, insane. I will say that I watched the documentary about what occurred behind the scenes of Drake and Josh, and that shit was a fucking shame. Somebody should have watched out for those children better. But frequently that's the case with children in positions of fame, and like people need to stop trying to get their kids fucking famous. Yeah. Because for anybody who doesn't know, that one wasn't focused on Dan Schneider. That was focused on other abuses that occurred. I won't talk about them on stream because it's not something that makes for light conversation. But it was a really like mindful documentary for the kind of shit it covered. When it comes to docs, though, I usually try to stick with like true crime shit. There was another crazy one I watched about pharmaceuticals. That was called How to Fix a Drug Scandal, also on Netflix, and that one was fucking crazy. That one, I'm blanking on her name, but that one followed a woman who worked at one of those centers that police send drugs to be tested. So if they were to arrest you with something that they suspect of being drugs and they sent it to the lab to get tested, this woman was the one testing your drugs. And hey Rin, how are you? And so this woman was being given drugs by the state with the intention that she would be testing them to say, yes, this is coke, yes, this is meth, yes, this is whatever this is. But instead of doing her job, she was just drinking the control meth. Pure, liquid, 100% lab grade, government funded control for the drugs to be tested against. Meth. She was drinking it. And somehow none of the other chemists with the same job noticed that, like, the control was just rapidly going missing. I guess because they were testing against other drugs more frequently, versus meth, which you don't get caught with as often. But this woman, like, when she wasn't getting caught, she started cooking her own meth at her desk, and no one noticed. And when the fucking control started to run low, the fucking bottle that they had of pure methamphetamines for her to test against, she panicked that she was gonna get caught, and she topped it off with water so that they wouldn't notice that it was being used. But the thing is that the control substance that the meth was in for them to test was an oil. So the water floated on top. They separated the oil and water separated, and the fucking like regulation guys come down and they look at this fucked up bottle that once held pure liquid meth. Get out of here, insane. And they saw it was split, and they went, "Oh, it must have went bad. Let's just order more meth." This woman was just drinking the meth at her job for over a decade. It was fucking crazy. One of the most interesting documentaries I've ever seen. Well, Henry, they did because they needed something to test the drugs they were receiving from the police against. So it's literally the purest form of meth you can find, and this woman was drinking it like shots. It was crazy. Like, she started by just, like, taking the eyedropper and dripping it on her tongue to see if it would work, and it did, and nobody caught her, so she started just taking more and more and more and more and more. And because it was, like, the most pure form you could get, with nothing cutting it, like, the tolerance she built just went up and up and up and up and up exponentially, until she was just drinking liquid meth. Yeah, like, I thought, and 5-hour energy makes me feel some type of way with my fucking heart issues. Can you imagine? Can you fucking imagine? But yeah, that was called How to Fix a Drug Scandal on Netflix. If you want to see this chick get away with drinking straight methamphetamines for years, and then there was the whole issue after when she was finally caught. They said, what do we do with the last 10 years of drug tests she's done on people who have been arrested? Are any of these reliable? People have been put in prison because this woman tested their drugs and said, yes, it's this. But she was fucking high on meth the whole time. So was any of this accurate? Was she just writing shit down so that we wouldn't see if she come check on her and see if she's doing her job? Or was she still testing this stuff while she was high? And was it accurate? Like, what do we do with all these fucking people that she got arrested and put in prison? Really crazy, Doc. Like, that kind of shit just fucking gets me. I'm just like, how do you do that for so long and no one notices? It's fucking insane. I think this like 3 per thing is getting us a really nice setup for these longer chains. We're gonna have to switch it up for the shorter ones, but we can reuse those bits for like the next chain or something, no problem. It's if you know anything about vaping, this thing is ancient. It's a fucking box mod. Nobody's used box mods in like 15 years. B, I would literally die if I was in the same room as liquid meth, I'm pretty sure. I have a heart condition. I can barely drink. Let alone fucking drink meth. Okay, while we're on the topic of some of the best documentaries I've ever seen. Aerosolized meth. Well, Hallie, the thing about vapes is that they used to be better until they got hit by like a combo of shrinkflation and planned obsolescence. So that's why I have an old school vape. I'm not one of those assholes buying a jewel every week and throwing the plastic in the trash. Like seriously, the plastic waste from e-cigs like that it disgusts me. Um so I went old school. If you're not sure how to, that's the thing. If you're not sure how to get plastic and stuff out of your life, just look at what people did before it. Yeah, you see that camera right there? Hold on, you can't see it. You see that one? Right, hold on, it's right there. It's mirrored, so I get confused. That one's radioactive. It's from the 60s. You can't tell me that's not cool. That one's from the 80s. But that one. It's from the 60s and it's radioactive. You can't tell me that's not cool. You can't tell me that's not cool. And I got it for $12. Hiya, how are you?
Chaos Dragon has arrived.
Are you guys gonna start screenshotting me for emotes and stuff? Because no one's ever done that before. It's the green one first? No, it's the gold one, then the green one. Well, it's cool because it's a uranium lens. That's why it's radioactive. And, it's a film camera. Hold on, 1 second. Okay, now I can put that down. Oh no, I knocked over Deadpool. Sorry, Wade. this is the camera. It's an Instamatic 804 camera. The when I bought it, it's still I actually have it in one of my drawers somewhere. It came with the instruction manual, which was dated 1964, and it's a uranium lens. It's a film camera. The viewfinder's right there. This is the button to take a photo, and I put tape over the back to protect the film that's inside because the type of film they use for this camera is no longer made. It was discontinued a while ago. But some guy out there with a 3D printer made a converter that makes modern 35 millimeter film fit this camera. So I got a 3D printed converter, fit in some modern film, and now that's in there. And one of the things that's really freaking cool about this camera, there's no like wheel, no like to switch from one film roll to the next. It's this instead. So it's this piece of plastic, and when you pull it, it has a string and it winds it to the next piece of film and then springs back. It's an old Kodak. And I got it for $12. And you can fit a flash box on it too. I gotta straighten Deadpool before I can put that back properly. He fell over. Sorry, Wade. 3D printing is really cool. That sounds exciting, Chaos. You're getting, like, your shit set up for that? I don't use VTubers, I just make them. I'm already pushing my fucking GPU too much with what I do. I would have to, either improve upon that a lot to run a VTuber and everything else, or simplify everything the fuck else a lot. Today's a light computer day, though, since I don't have, since we're just running off my camera with no art program open. Like, I actually have a free monitor, and that's weird to me. I usually have my art on that one while I'm working to look at, but it's just in my hands this time instead. So hey Os, what exactly is a VTuber card box? Is that like a fucking like a loot box for VTubers? No I don't. Cause like I'm not even sure like what I would use to represent myself if I were to do a VTuber. Like I feel like I'd probably just end up making it look like me, partly because you guys already know what I look like, and partly because like between hair dye and piercings and tattoos, I've spent a decent amount of money on body modification to try and make myself look more like what I want to look like. So like, you know what I mean? Like I feel like I've already invested in the look. Like it how do I redesign from here? um I don't know. But I did a couple sketches where I was trying to come up with designs that I thought would be cool for VTubers because you don't have to be grounded in reality. So I was thinking, like, what if somebody had like a biblical angel VTuber and it's just like rings and eyes, you know? And like, what if somebody had an undead VTuber and the chest is torn open and you can see the beating heart inside? What if somebody had a VTuber in a mech suit, and there's toggles for different things the suit does? Like, I was trying to think of all sorts of like cool, interesting stuff because um, I'd like to make a showcase VTuber, one that is super flashy and exists solely to display art and animation, because it would be so over the top that if you tried to run it and stream at the same time, it would probably fuck your shit up. Um, but I want to make a crazy over the top showcase VTuber one of these days, and those were some of the ideas that I had that I just spouted off. That's cool. I'd be doing my own version, obviously. But yeah, that's cool. I was just like thinking, like, how can I push the limits of what this means? How can I chaos? I get it. But if you wanted to, I'm currently doing full custom VTubers for only 2K because I'm trying to get that's drawing and rigging to be clear. Um I'm doing them for only 2K right now because I'm trying to get more work in my portfolio to show off for future VTube purchases because people don't want to purchase a VTuber for someone who's only done it once or twice. So, I'm making full crazy high level detail VTubers for half or less of what they could normally go for just to try and get more in my portfolio. So if that's something you're interested in. Oh shit, I don't think I connected my ring. Okay, are you gonna connect to my phone or my oh yeah, that's on my phone. Hold on. Yeah, I think I have to go in my Bluetooth settings. I'll skip the manual way. Yeah, B, that's always a concern. PNG tubers are pretty simple. I could bust one out for you real easily. Yeah, no, hey, Oz, trust me, I get it. I understand that's still a large investment. But, you know, if down the line you're still looking and I still don't have a large portfolio, I'd be more than happy to do one for you. And I could do, like, you don't have to pay the $2,000 up front. I could do installments. I could do a payment plan. Um, I know that's still a fat fucking stack of cash, but it's a lot of fucking work. I can't afford to discount it any more than that. Plus, you know I do good work. You've seen Dion's. And from there, it's only gonna get better, because his was my first. Hell yeah. Hallie, I can do that too. That would probably have to be a gift tuber, though, for it to, look as nice as I would want it to look. Again, this one's broken, but I'm going to use it as a placeholder until I get a replacement for it. Hell yeah, Chaos. Yeah, I'm trying to become, um, what I'm going to call the third VTuber option. Because most artists out there who do VTuber VTuber art do anime or furry art. And if that's what you want, that's great. But if you don't want to be anime and you don't want to be a furry, you don't really have a lot of options. So, if you want a VTuber, but you don't want to be anime and you don't want to be a furry, maybe that's just not your style, hit me the fuck up. I can imitate any art style you damn well please. That was my thing that I was known for when I was working at the tattoo shop. My boss said I'm a chameleon because I can emulate any art style. If you want proof of that, you can check out Hairless Doll's channel. I made her PNG tuber 1-to-1 with the style of panty and stocking. Because that's what she wanted. And it looks exactly like something straight out of that anime. Peanut. You want to be Mr. Peanut? New category, furry anime. B, there's already B stars on Netflix. Also, I have to pee, but the ad break just ended. God damn it. I could do that, Chaos. Yeah, no problem. Now, Beastars. It's worse. I know you were just kidding. But in case anybody who hasn't heard of it, they can look it up. Because it's just anime furry. Hallie, again, I'm 2 hours into stream. You forget to pee, and you're 5 minutes in, so. But I do actually have to pee, guys. I'm gonna run the next ad a little early. Sorry about this, guys, but I will be right back. I just really have to pee. I'm back. You might have heard me talking to my cat. I thought I muted, but it's saying I didn't. Welp. Also, if you're wondering why I have gloves, it's because Twitch is a hater, and if I accidentally cut myself, they could ban me. Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, if you missed it, I said I'm wearing gloves because Twitch is like really weird about blood, and if my pliers were to slip and I were to like nick my finger or something, that could get me banned. So I thought having gloves on would give me just a little protection, just in case. Honestly, I think Redecorate is one of my favorite 21 Pilot songs. Um my favorite off the newest album though, Clancy, is definitely Next Semester. This is one of the other new Muse songs, but a couple of them have played already. You know, part of the reason I got this mat on the desk was to keep me centered with the logo. Like, that's actually the purpose for it. It's not to show off my logo, it's to keep my hands centered while I'm on camera. And I'm just not using it because I'm not used to it. I keep glancing up instead. There's the seam. Okay, cooperate with me, you stupid little chain. If you don't yell at your art a little bit, are you really being a creative? There we go. Bubby! That's my headphones wire, Bubby. That's not a toy. There. So as of right now, I'm planning to continue this on Thursday. Because this week Joey is unavailable for our usual Thursday shenanigans. He is working at a convention all weekend. Which unfortunately means I also don't have D&D tomorrow. I know this one's broken, but it's the placeholder for now, so that's how that's going to dangle, and I think that's going to look really pretty. Look how sparkly. It's going to catch the light so nicely. So that's going to be one of the 3 pieces dangling from the bottom. 2 of them are going to be this length, one is going to be a little bit longer. What about Repo? I didn't mention Repo. Oof. My back just cracked real loud. So we're gonna make one of these. That's this one. Is ooh shoot. Gonna be identical to that one, except I just dropped a fucking bead. And then this one's gonna be the longer one that's gonna go right down the middle. The green bead fell, so I'll just have to grab that. Let's see, can I see it at a glance? Because if not, I'll dig for it later. Oh yeah, it's right there. Hold on. Not the chins. Yeah, I was planning to continue this Thursday. And I also have a fan art sketch that I'm hoping to get to sooner than later. Of my boy Blue from Delta Rune. Here, I'll show you guys. I started it on Sunday? No, Saturday. Started it Saturday. Oop. The light's washing it out a little bit. Let me turn it down. That's my boy. Blue. I'm definitely going to need to add some kind of like contrast filter on here or use darker pencil if I'm doing trad sketches with you guys. But yeah, I was working on the anatomy since dancers are difficult to draw. I have a whole organ in space jizz? That's incredible. Why didn't anybody tell me? Why didn't anybody tell me? Just like nobody told me about that game Foz was playing where you run a restaurant in London feeding other people. How come nobody told me about that? I'm taking it personally that nobody told me about that. That is so up my alley. I love restaurant managers and I love spooky shit. Why wouldn't I run a place where you can feed people? I'm blanking on the name of it. I bet I can find it real quick though. Ravenous Devils. That's what it's called. And I saw Foz playing that, and I was like, how has no one told me about this? Yeah. Yeah, the Sweeney Todd game. I even did the fucking Sweeney Todd song in choir. And it's funny, because that was before I, like, smoked or anything. And I had the highest voice in the choir, and I was the only one who could hit the high F. And my choir teacher hated me, so she was really pissed that I was the only one who could hit the high note. Fuck you, Mrs. A. That's so ravenous. How How's Raven Simone doing these days? I haven't heard about that bitch in a long time. I hope that means she's doing well. Usually when you don't hear about a child celebrity, it's like they're doing well or they're dead. 50-50. But I think Raven got out of that shit. This album was weird, but it went so hard live. Oh, just broke that one. Throw it up. Stark Raven, man. Get the fuck out of here, Allie. See, in the future, it just does things to people, you know? It's too much pressure. Could we have expected more from That's So Raven? Oh, cool. Yeah, I think the last thing I saw one of, like, that generation of Disney kids in was, Blue Eye Samurai. Because if you don't know, Brenda's song is Princess Akemi. So, like, the Prindle chick is the one who made a man jizz in his pants by reciting poetry. Blue Eye Samurai spoilers. And that's very funny to me. Speaking of, when the fuck is the next season of that coming out? I feel like it's been fucking 4 years. Why does animation take so fucking long these days? I say this as someone who knows how to animate, mind you. Like, I'm not an animator, but I know how to animate. And a lot of people are like, oh, well, it takes a long time because animation takes a long time and blah, 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 blah. Shut the fuck up. When I was growing up, we had fucking new episodes every single week, and they do like 3 seasons a fucking year of these cartoons. And most of them were animated better than shit is now. Pay your fucking people properly, keep a larger team around, and shut the fuck up. There's the broken piece. It's like, especially like the new season, not this new season, but the last newest season of Invincible had like a lot of delays in coming out, and then when it finally did come out, they had like, ooh, is he okay? Is he hiding? Yeah, Mr. Donut doesn't like the Thunder guys, so he has to get his meal upstairs so he can feel safe with us instead of downstairs where he normally eats. Um, yeah, Invincible made like a lot of meta jokes about how like, oh, it's animation, it takes a long time when that season came out, and I was like, when did this become the standard? Like, the animation looks like shit, and it took them 3.5 fucking years. What the fuck? They made a That's So Raven sequel? That's crazy. I never really watched the first one, but I wasn't really a Disney shows kid. And like I mentioned before, I liked cartoons more than like the like kids sitcoms is what I call them. I don't know what else to call them. Well, like it's a sitcom by kids for kids, I guess. I don't know. It's cool that they got a lot of the same people to come back, B. That show definitely seemed like it was one of the more fun ones to work on as far as like Disney kid era goes. Ooh, my back. B, I'm literally sitting here sticking beads together with small sections of chain, and I'm about to rip a bong. So. Oh yeah, I think I started to mention it and then forgot. But if you're if you're looking for a good documentary about like diving incidents, there's one called Last Breath that was fucking incredible. That's sweet of you, B. Um yeah, it's called Last Breath, and it was about an incident in which a a diver who was repairing an oil rig in the North Sea was separated from his ship, which also separated him from his oxygen line and warmth line because of a multiple anchor failure. So the ship had a long, long, long tube connected to this man, like a really, really long snorkel, where on one end is this man and the other end is an oxygen tank that's on the ship. And the anchors failed, which caused the ship to start moving, which caused this long, long tube to drag this man through the bottom of the North Sea, where the tube was snagging on the oil rig stuff that's under there. And eventually it tore, and he was left with no oxygen and no warmth, because they also pipe hot water to keep divers' core temps up in those kinds of cold environments. And the documentary is recounted by the people who were on board the ship, and they discuss the technical issues that caused the anchors to fail, the technology the divers used, and ooh, that one was loud, and what caused them to fail, and like how dire this failure is. And they also were explaining all of their attempts to fix this anchoring system and get back to this diver while he was deprived of oxygen. And I don't want to say anything more than that, because when I say this documentary had me on the edge of my fucking seat, I goddamn mean it. I don't normally watch TV like that. But this documentary was so good that I was on the edge of my fucking seat, just wondering how the fuck they were gonna save this man. Absolutely bananas incident of a deep sea diving accident. And in the North Sea too, where it's fucking cold. Because I don't know about you guys, I'm a little bit of a weirdo. I have kind of like a micro interest in shipwrecks and maritime incidents, I guess is a good way to say that. Yeah, Hallie, big thalassophobia vibes in that one. But it's I would also say if you have claustrophobia, it's going to be difficult because they show the inside of the divers area on the ship, which was like small and compressed so that they could ride out the bends in there. And like the inside of the diving bell, and it's all like, you know, tiny environments that these divers work in. And it's a really fucking crazy story. I've read a lot of maritime incidents over the years. Thalassophobia written is fear of deep water. Usually that is to mean the open ocean, but it can also mean like a big lake where you can't see the bottom, things like that. It's usually deep dark water as opposed to uh like a pool or something. Yeah, it's not an uncommon one. It's not as common as like arachnophobia, I'd say. But I know a good number of people with thalassophobia. Get out of here, B. Sorry, Hallie. Get out of here, Hallie. You're the same person anyway. Fuck you. Don't make me think of sad rabbits while also making fun of my accent. Fuck both of you. Because as soon as I was yelling at Hallie and I accidentally said B because I started reading B's pun and I couldn't. Like, so it's a double whammy. Yeah, Breatharius, that counts too. Which is part of why I said like deep water, dark water, both. Once you get deep enough, you don't see the light normally anyway. I just think the ocean's a bitch and I love her for it. Does that make sense? B, it's like when you have twins. Like those twin parents that are like, hey, I'll just raise them like one person. Yeah, so I do not have thalassophobia. I love the ocean. But I have a respectful fear of how the ocean can fuck me up. In the same way you might have respectful fear when you're out for a hike and see a bear. You're like, hey, I'll respect your space. If you don't fuck, please don't fuck with me. Like, that's the best you can do. Best you can do when you run into certain types of wildlife when you're out. And I treat the ocean the same way. I'm not afraid of animals, and I'm not afraid of the ocean, but I treat them with the respect they deserve as things that can harm me. B, oh my god. Now you sound like Dion. Watch, he's gonna watch this VOD back, and he's gonna be like, I don't sound like... Yeah, I do. God damn it, this... I really should have picked a larger chain. But I think the tiny, delicate chain just looks really nice. This song has such a weird melody, and I love it. Oh my gosh. Also, there's a lot of twins out there nowadays. It's partly because people are having kids later, and you're more inclined to have twins if you have a later pregnancy. But it's crazy. My niece's school is like 3 or 4 sets of twins. Yeah, I like because like I know what thalassophobia is like. My brother is freaked out by the ocean, and when we were kids, he just like go nowhere near it when we'd have beach days. You know, like he'd stay on the boardwalk or in the sand or whatever. I just like bitch the whole time because he didn't want to be there. um, and I was like, fuck that, and would just like dive in, and I'd go boogie boarding and just get like thrown into the bottom of the sea when I'd get fucking knocked off that bitch because I'm tiny. Like I was like having fun simulating drowning. Like I love to swim. I love to swim in the ocean. But yeah, Hallie middle of the ocean's different. Like I think it's normal to freak out if you can't see land on the horizon. Or like a boat near you, you know, something you can use to get out. But that's more of an oh shit, like how do I get out of here fear for me than it is oh shit, it's the ocean. You know? I've also over the years studied a pretty decent amount of survivalism, and the ocean is one of those environments where like you are just in the hands of luck, in the hands of fate, in the hands of God, however the fuck you want to see it. Because it matters less with how much you know and how prepared you are, and it matters more with where the tides will take you and what resources you'll come across. And that's scary. And that's why I watch survivalism on TV and don't try to do it myself. It's meant to be a last resort, people. Well, honestly, there's not a hell of a lot that I'm afraid of. Spiders, centipedes, and millipedes. Not much else. I feel like you guys had to have heard that one. Oh, it's still going. Still going. That part was quieter, though. I don't think that part got picked up on my mic. Yeah, is he okay? I think he's hiding under the bed. Donut does not like thunder. Poor baby. The little man does not approve of this weather. Also, like, if you like people who take good care of their nails and don't use them like tools, this isn't your stream. I've been wrecking my nails this whole time. Some people treat their nails like jewels. I treat mine like tools. I use my teeth for a lot of stuff that I shouldn't use them for too, but I've cut back on that a bit because I've got pretty shitty teeth. God damn it. This one is fighting me. Like, I've been getting better at this all night until now. I know two of those. Oh, I guess yeah. You could also count tocophobia, which is fear of pregnancy. Pregnancy freaks me the fuck out. There you go. I just had to lean a little closer. I'm trying really hard to stay on camera, but sometimes I need to see a little better. That makes sense. I do not fear. I would say I don't fear either of those, but I need to add the caveat that as a result of my health problems, I get vertigo in high places, so I will avoid edges because I get dizzy and then my dumb ass is gonna fall. So it's not really that I'm scared of them so much that heights disorient me. So I don't know if there's a word for it. I usually just say arachnophobia because like I am scared of spiders, but I'm scared of anything with 8 or more legs. Really, it's the way that they move. And so like if there's a word that encompasses that better that I don't know and you do, like somebody tell me, I'd love to hear it. But until I find out, I'm like, oh, I have arachnophobia, but also fuck centipedes and millipedes. Yeah, that's fair. I get like grossed out by that stuff, but that's just like survival instinct, you know? Well, hey, at least you know you're brave enough to face your fear. I mean, isn't that what courage really is? That you're scared, but you're doing it anyway, not necessarily that you get over the fear. So I think that's very courageous. But yeah, I also count crabs because they have 8 legs. I don't like the way they move. Like, you ever see a horseshoe crab get flipped over? That shit freaks me the fuck out. I do not like that. I can't deal with crabs, spiders, centipedes, millipedes, and very, very pregnant women. Those are. I guess they do have 8 limbs. You're right. I never thought of it that way. Of course, it would take a limb to know a limb. Yeah, no, when ladies are like at that point of pregnant where like the baby's kicking and you can see it moving, that shit makes me want to run the other direction and throw up. I can't deal with it. It freaks me the fuck out. Like, if anybody thinks there's even a drop of maternal instinct in here, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. If you ever saw me near a pregnant woman, you would know. I'm just like, like even like with my nieces and nephews, I was like, just let me know if they're good. Just let me know when everything's okay, please. I can't deal with any of this further information. I'm gonna politely ignore the selfie you just sent. Can't deal with it. My sister was like, once I hit a certain point, I'll just stop sending you that stuff. Okay, Breathrius, I'm glad arachnophobia technically covers it. Chilopodophobia? Chilopodophobia? That was long. It's definitely not entomophobia, because I'm fine with insects. It's specifically the ones with too many fucking legs. The way they move really freaks me out. Hey, good night, Hallie. Thanks so much for hanging, dude. I mean, I think roaches are gross, but they don't scare me in the way spiders and stuff do. Oh god, hey us, are you good? Yeah, roaches don't scare me, but I do associate them with like gross, yucky. Don't touch. You know? Like that instinct flares. Same for like termites. Dude, what the fuck? Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait. What the fuck happened there? Are you in like one of the areas dealing with flash flooding right now? Or a fucking earthquake or some shit? Take a minute, collect yourself. Don't feel obligated to stick around. But thank you for telling me that you're okay. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Is there like somewhere you're meant to go? Like a basement? Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, like, you need to get somewhere that isn't a shack, first and foremost. That's a bad place to be. Um, get to somewhere that's more grounded than where you are right now. Because you don't want to be in something that can be ripped off the ground. Preferably something fucking sturdy, because you don't want it to collapse on top of you neither. And, fucking, if they don't have a specific area for you to be, you're gonna have to find it. But they should have hopefully given you, like, emergency places to go. Yeah, don't do another round. Ain't gonna be much to guard from in that fucking weather. Ain't no idiot's gonna be out there trying to take nothing. And if they are, Mother Nature will take care of them for you. Yeah. Don't do that. You're worth more than those fucking boats. Boats can be replaced. Chaos cannot. Tornadoes are fucking scary, dude. I don't know how people just like live in places where they casually happen. That's not really something I have to deal with where I am. But yeah, if there's like a marina building with like bathrooms and a snack stand or something. Like, get somewhere sturdy in there. My area is dealing with flash flooding. That's what all this bullshit's about. But my spot doesn't really flood, so yeah. You there now? How much time's left on your shift if that was meant to be your last round coming up? The fucking chain got magnetized a little bit by the pliers. That's the problem. Okay, good. Yeah, stay in there for a while. Because I was gonna say, if it was gonna be your last round and you were like supposed to be about to go home or something, I was gonna be like, don't, like, don't leave. You don't want to be in your car during that. Um, so hopefully it'll fucking calm down. But yeah, stay there, stay somewhere sturdy until that shit calms the fuck down. Yeah, don't. Like, you need something with a legitimate foundation. Bolted down doesn't mean shit to a tornado. Yeah, Jesus Christ, dude, that's scary as fuck. Like, I don't even have anything good to say. Like, just take a fucking minute to yourself, you know? Yeah, no, I know. It the whole like tornado conditions are dangerous as fuck, regardless of whether there's an actual fucking tornado. And the whole thing's fucking scary as shit. Whoop. Yeah, I would definitely love to have some. I could use some better pliers, honestly. Some proper jeweler pliers, too, would be nice. Maybe I'll see if I can throw one on my throne or something. There you go. It is nice to just, like, see these pieces slowly come together. Yeah, I'd considered that having, like, some new pliers would be really nice for this project, but I already, kind of broke the budget on the charms and things, so. I was like, it's gonna look so nice, though. Like, there's another section of 3. Make a couple of them real quick. Yeah, the problem is with these that they've taken some damage to the front, so I have to remember to, like, put it further down the blade for them to cut. But that's why it's nice having y'all to chat with while I'm working on this. And I think it's gonna look really pretty. And I think it's gonna go so nice in my background. Add some cool music. Okay, what the fuck, man? Swear I had it that time. Next time, definitely going for a larger chain. Those are next on the list. When it magnetizes, it fucks up linking them. Because they try to stick to the side instead of cooperating.
If it would please, my lord, I would suggest that thou go fuck thyself.
Oh, I love that redeem so much. I think it's like an easy favorite for a lot of people. Not UE5. All right. We're almost done with this one. Here's another 3. Yep. All right. We're almost done with this section. Need this jump ring. Oh, God. I do not like the smell of seafood. I'll tell you what, especially shrimp. I do not like the smell of shrimp. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I keep like adjusting my posture just a little bit, like every time I look away from the beads, because I'm trying to figure out a way where I can be like properly on both cameras at the same time and see what I'm doing. Because I keep leaning in and then you can't see my face. But then I can see what I'm doing. What a little bitch, Rin. What game are you playing? I don't play a lot of like competitive and fighting games for that reason. They just attract like such toxic people. Somehow I don't have scoliosis, but that was something that always surprised my doctors. Whee! This one's getting very long. I like it. It's dramatic. Ah. Somehow I went all of these years as a weeb. Because, like, I used to be a huge fucking weeb. I don't really watch a lot of anime anymore. But I used to be a huge weeb. And I just have never given a shit about Dragon Ball, I'll be honest. And, like, to the point where, like, I don't even know half their names. Insane. That's exactly what I'm claiming. I used to be a weeb. Because I'm not anymore. But I never liked Dragon Ball. But I watched, like, all the fucking classic shit. Inuyasha, Naruto, fucking Ouran High School Host Club. I was there. Fuck, I even played Kingdom Hearts. You know, like, one of my Dragon Ball figures. I'm sorry, but Dragon Ball. Okay, so from my perspective, we're gonna pretend that this is a stage, and we're quickly gonna discuss the average Dragon Ball experience. They've got about half an episode of build up to a fight. It's these two guys just trying to out aura each other. Just trying to out aura each other. And they're both fucking around with each other when they should just be minding their own business. And that goes on for about half an episode until you know there's going to be some kind of fight. Until you know there's going to be some kind of fight. And then they drag it out more somehow. And then they're finally about to fight. And you're like, sweet. Yes. Action. And then you have one shot of a guy going, and another shot of a guy going, and you're like, are they gonna fight yet? Are they gonna fight? Are they gonna? And then when they finally fight, you know what it is? Ping, 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 ping. Ping, 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 ping. There you go. That's the average episode of Dragon Ball. Drag out that pinging and screaming by about 45 minutes. And make it somehow take multiple episodes, like at least 2 episodes, if not 3 episodes, to play out that fight while they're just auraing on each other. And then the next episode has some sort of stupid wind down, and then a flashback back to the ping, 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 ping. Because, like, is there anything else? Actual question. I'm not trying to be a dick. Is there anything else? Dude, I don't know. I don't know. When my brother put it on. Because everything I ever witnessed was just, ping, 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 ping. And I was like, that's it? Keep in mind, I was watching shit like Avatar, The Last Airbender. Like, that was one of my favorite shows. And the fight animation in that is incredible. Like, it's based on real martial arts and stuff. So when you were like, oh, you gotta watch this show, it's got like epic fights and shit. And then the epic fights are, I just... I'm sorry. I have no interest in that. There's other things I prefer to watch. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Dragon Ball's got a lot of fans. Clearly, it's got something going on that just doesn't click for me. Because I'm glad people are happy to watch it, and I'm glad people enjoy it. It's just that's my viewing experience of Dragon Ball, and that's why I never got into it. Yeah, a lot of weebs will get like hurt and confused when I bring that up that I don't prefer Dragon Ball. But like, can we be so for real? Like, I know. Did you just clip me going, ah, Rin? Doing my Dragon Ball impression. Oh, I can't wait for some of the fighting game guys to see that. Some of my boys. They're gonna give me mad shit. And the worst part is, they're not even gonna be able to tell me I'm wrong. But like, I believe you when you say the original Dragon Ball is different. I absolutely believe that. But that's how I understand Dragon Ball. And I'm at a point where like I don't really watch anime anymore for me to really feel like bothering and going back to watch the original. I'm sure it has stuff that's great about it. But I don't think I'm the target demographic for that one either. I don't think I was the audience they were going for. I'm more like the target demographic for anime like Nana, let's be real. Me and Osaki even got the same haircut. I think I broke that bead a tiny bit. How bad is it? Just a chip, it's fine. Barely see it. Yeah, I watched Bleach for a while. I didn't watch like the whole thing or anything, but I watched Bleach for a while. I watched all of the dubbed Inuyasha. Which is a lot. Like if you've never seen Inuyasha and you're wondering how far the dubs go, it's like 90% of it. Um I watched pretty much all of the original Naruto series, but I never really got into the spin-offs. Those were kind of after I started falling off of anime as a whole. Um what else? What else? What how else am I gonna flex my weeb card here? Hold on. Hold on, I bent this. I bent it the wrong way is the problem. Naruto doesn't exist. I've seen Yu Yu Hakusho by proxy of my partner who likes Yu Yu Hakusho, but I would say that Yu Yu Hakusho was a little before me. Um, I've cosplayed Junko from Danganronpa. Oof. I specifically cosplayed Junko Inoshima. Um, I haven't done a lot of anime cosplay. I've done more like TV cosplay. Although I did Axel from Kingdom Hearts, he counts. But that fucking wig, he fucking counts. That thing was a bitch. My favorite underrated anime is Mushishi. So that probably tells you that I'm into mystical bullshit. Um, of course, I've Madoka Magica is great. FMA and FMAB. My air conditioner's like blowing right on me and making me chill. That's hilarious. Who was your guys' fave on Naruto? I feel like Naruto faves says a lot about a person. If anyone says Jeremiah, they're banned. Kakashi's great. Kakashi was Kakashi was my favorite of the adults. And then I also had a favorite student. Insane. That was my favorite of the students, Shikamaru. Yeah, Kakashi was pretty fucking ridiculous, but that's part of what made him fun. He was just always like casually reading pornography. And I'm willing to bet it wasn't even good shit. It was probably like the she breasted boobily down the stairs type shit. I've only seen I haven't actually seen Cowboy Bebop all the way through myself. Um, I think that one also was slightly before me. If I'm being totally for real. Which is funny because when people know my name is Jet, they ask me like Cowboy Bebop. And then I gotta be like, no, because it's spelled different. Jet with two T's. Which is why I always have to specify that it's different from the Cowboy Bebop guy. Because he only has one T. Okay, this is the last one from this string. Oh, is he two T's? Was I just misinformed? I thought he was one T. Because if that's the case, I stand corrected. I've heard great things about Samurai Champloo. Okay, interesting to know. Yeah, I feel like the one I've seen online the most is the 1T jet. Which does seem to be like the more popular one, I guess. Like the second T is completely unnecessary, technically. But I like it. It adds character to my name. Did I put... No, it's just ring to ring, no chain at the end. Okay, this is the one we did before that was too long. I'm just taking it off here so I can see how the others look. Oh, I knocked my pillow down. So I attached those little medallion guys just to get a feel for them. This is going to hang in the middle once the weight's on it. No, it's not Jonah. That would be weird. Yeah, my full name's Jet Jonah Jameson. Sometimes I just go by my initial. Oh, I crack myself up. But only with stupid shit. I swear to God. Okay, cooperate, little jump ring. Damn it. Are you really? That's crazy. At least it's like slightly different, I guess, but that probably makes people mix it up even more, huh? Nah, mine's also a chosen name, so I wanted something unique, but like just me, not like from a celebrity or something. Okay, that piece is on. Now I have this piece. Oh, gotcha. Hey, you never know. Some people have weird names. Some people have really weird names. Holy crap, yeah. You've got one hell of a name then. Yeah, my parents aren't that interesting. Oh, god damn it. I connected to the wrong one. Pay more attention. ADHD's strong today. There we go. This meant to be on this one. How did you unhook? Oh, you weren't closed all the way. Dang, that's long. Hold on, let me stand up. Ooh. I think wasn't it mm, I'm thinking like I'm stuck on Vlad right now. Is it Vlad? Because technically it's Vlad Dracula, for that famous version. Um, but Vlad Tepesh is what I'm stuck on right now. I think that's gonna look so cool when it's hung up properly. Yeah, Vladimir Tepesh. Or is Tepesh the wrong last name for that case? Vladimir or Vladimir? That's crazy. I've never heard that. Okay. That's so mean. So we can do this one as well, which is the other long dangle. It matches the shorter one. And I'm thinking we cannibalize some of the chain cuts from this since we decided it was too long. Um, yeah, and then I have the match over here for it. Yeah, so I think we're going to cannibalize these chain pieces for this since we're going to want to change the design or shorten these ones somehow. He was a jerk, so it worked. That's funny. In the meantime, though, we have an ad break that's just about to start. I'm actually going to start that now because I need to run to the restroom again. But as soon as we get back, we are going to take all the chain pieces out of this one and start stringing this one. And then we're going to figure something for some of these bits. See how it goes. But I will be right back because I've got to pee real bad. Alright, I'm back. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, his story's pretty fucking crazy. I allegedly I've seen some of the sorry for the bump. Some of the pikes that were used for that. At Ripley's, believe it or not. They allegedly have some of Vlad himself's pikes. Put my mouse out the way. Turn that off quickly before that gets me fucking in trouble. That was my Meds alarm. It's the song Meds by Placebo. Creative, I know. Whew, okay. Now that we're back from the restroom, and now that I took my meds, okay, I need to unbend this a little more. Okay. Keep those beads out the way. Yeah, sorry, I don't have an unlurk thing, but welcome back. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Breatharius too, but it was one of those like silly, tourist spots, you know? So, just kind of fun. They do have a lot of weird stuff at Ripley's, whether most of it's like bullshit stuff, but um, they do occasionally have real shit, which is neat. They also had part of the Berlin Wall. What? Tinkerbell's getting evicted. What, she been keeping the fucking rent low? Now that Disney overlords are pissed? Did they have to like fire one of their actors or something? Hmm. A live action Peter Pan? Question mark? Because that movie was racist as shit. Like, can't even lie. As a kid, I was like, pirates and fairies and whimsy. And then I like rewatched it as an adult and I was like, oh no. Oh, just like a Tinkerbell series? Okay. Well, because, like, can you blame me for taking the jump from Tinkerbell to Peter Pan? I know they, like, made her a separate thing or whatever. She's got, like, her own fairy friends and shit. But I still think of Peter Pan when I think of Tinkerbell. Okay. Because that movie, if you haven't rewatched it in adulthood and you still remember it as magical, leave it that way. That's my best advice. Yeah. Also, the singer of this band, My Chemical Romance, Gerard Way, once played once played Peter Pan, in in a stage play in school, even though it was normally a part given to a girl, and that's just like a little fun factoid about his life. Although I'm pretty sure he's non-binary, but I don't know him personally. That ain't my business. I love my chem. Home state heroes right there. Gotta throw Mikey way off the porch. MCR's so good, dude. And I love Gerard as like someone who also does art and likes to sing. I love Gerard so much. Also, he's one of those celebrities where if I could like raid one celeb's wardrobe, like he'd be on that list, you know? I'd want his clothes. Well, he's like half my height, but still. He's not a very tall man. And I'm on the taller side, but still. Him and Brian Molka from Placebo. They're both like fashion icons for me. If I could raid either of their closets, I would steal all of their clothes. Ooh, you were Eric. Most people don't even know that's his name. I love Phantom of the Opera, but I beef with Phantom of the Opera fans. I need people to stop romanticizing the Phantom for the sake of my own sanity. Because he's a great villain, but he should not be romanticized. He is a terrible, terrible person. In many unforgivable ways. And like, I think a lot of people miss the context on it. Yeah, he's a so he's a stalker, he's a killer. And the thing that most people seem to miss, because like, you know, the people romanticize people who do worse than stalk and kill all the time. Like the show You is about how people tend to romanticize stalker killers and how it's a fatal flaw. And like so like that part I'm like whatever, people are always gonna romanticize villains, like they people love a weirdo. um but my beef is that he's a fucking pedophile, Breath. So that's what you're getting into. My beef is that he's a fucking pedophile. And a lot of people are too stupid to realize how the ages play out because it's not directly stated, rather it's implied. Yeah. Yeah, Breath. I mean, this predates Twilight, so we can't blame Twilight for Phantom of the Opera. Um, but Phantom of the Opera also made it very clear that this is the bad guy. Like, it's not Phantom that's romanticizing Eric. It's the fans. And they need to stop, because he's a pedophile. Yeah, depending on which version you are referring to, Christine Daae was between the ages of 7 years old and 11 years old when she arrived at the Opera House. I think if Twilight didn't get the popularity it did, something worse probably would have. Because, like, it's cringe. And it has some issues with, like, misrepresenting certain cultures and things. But at the end of the day, it's not like it was anything criminal. Frankly, enjoying Harry Potter has aged worse, and a lot of us still have nostalgia for that. You're right to mention. You're right. Well, insane. I mean, like fucking like Harry Potter went from being a cute fantasy book that had some problems that went over our heads because it was targeted toward children, to J.K. Rowling straight up committing crimes on the internet lately. So like that's kind of what I meant by worse. Like Twilight's just cringe. Is That's not a crime? Like. Rin, I have one piece of Harry Potter merchandise left. It's a Ravenclaw scarf, and it is just way too cozy for me to get rid of. I'm pretty sure people can tell it's an old scarf. So, like, whatever. I got it a long time ago, you know? So, like. Hold on, I need to stretch out this one to compare them real quick. Clear, 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 green, gold. Yep. Insane, I think it depends on the artist. I think it's difficult in a case like J.K. Rowling because she is still actively and publicly doing harm. And so I don't think we can so simply remove the art from the artist in her case when she's still profiting off of it. And it's directly benefiting her and charities that she's created that are like violating human rights. I never liked Kanye in the first place simply because I'm not his fucking target audience. Like, but the dude's a fucking Nazi. Like, you can't. If it comes to I think it's a matter of the tolerance paradox, right? If you tolerate the intolerance, then you will not continue to have tolerance. And I think Kanye and JK are both cases where we cannot tolerate them because of their intolerance. Does that make sense? And like, if it reaches a point where like they're deceased and no longer profiting off of this stuff, then maybe we can start to reclaim some of it. But I think it kind of depends on like where we're at. I get what you mean, Breath. I think that makes sense. But yeah, insane. I think it's a matter of the tolerance complex. The tolerance paradox. Does tolerating this person create more intolerance in the world? If the answer is yes, then I think you are in a sticky situation where it's very difficult to separate the art from the artist, and you should not be upset with people for being upset with you for consuming media from a known problematic person. Like J.K. Rowling is straight up targeting marginalized groups and has enough money that she is trying to change laws to screw over these marginalized groups, and that's fucked up. Yeah, that's a song by Voltaire. He's from New Jersey, by the way. Aurelio Voltaire. Dope ass guy. If you're ever curious what the song is, you can always do exclamation point song, and it'll come up on the screen. I gave it a cool glow effect and everything. Also, shoot, I need to remember to send B the information about how I get my camera to move when I raise my voice. He asked me about that. And I've been meaning to tell him, but I forgot. If anyone's curious, I use the Move plugin. I found a tutorial for something really similar on YouTube, and I was able to effectively recreate the effect, but in my own way, where I put it on the face cam instead, tied it to the microphone. The tutorial I had watched originally had it tied to like their music and would do like visual effects with like colors. Shark Boy and Lava Lad. I actually, Breath, have a bunch of Shark Boy and Lava Girl memes on my phone. Because my Triton character was briefly dating a fire genasi in the campaign I was part of. And that was like, we kept just taking Shark Boy and Lava Girl memes and slapping their fucking faces on top. So I have a bunch of just Shark Boy and Lava Girl memes with like Beryl's face and like the fire genasi's face. I haven't seen the latest Devil May Cry remake, the Netflix one or whatever. I haven't watched that yet. Um, I really liked Castlevania on Netflix. But I did not. I mean, it wasn't terrible, but it wasn't nearly as good. The Castlevania Requiem, yeah. Um, and I heard that Devil May Cry is by like is more along the lines of like the Requiem one, and I did not like Castlevania Requiem. I didn't like the changes they made with it. I don't know, the tone they set, the monster design, I didn't like most of it. Yeah, I liked the old Devil May Cry anime. When the fuck did that come out? The like OG. Speaking of my weeb phase, that was part of it. Because I've never even played the game series. I just like know Devil May Cry from the fucking anime. Back in my fucking weeb days. God, I was so cringe. The way in which you're saying the original was better, though, makes me feel like I just shouldn't waste my time with the remake version. Is it that bad, or am I over reading into this? Hold on, I had one over here unhook again because it wasn't quite tight enough. I'm gonna double check some of those, like, in between streams and stuff to make sure I'm not having problems like this later on. I'll probably cut a bunch of chain lengths in between streams too. And reconfigure some of the littler pieces that are going to be hanging. There we go. That's reconnected nicely now. Play the games first. Let me see something. And not spill tea all over myself. You gonna launch Steam? You taking your sweet time? There it goes. I did watch Dion play some of the Devil May Cry games. He played several of them. But hold on, let me see. Come on, Steam. You'll get there eventually. I have access to Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition, Devil May Cry 5, and Devil May Cry HD Collection. My roommate has a library share with me on Steam. So I just wanted to see which ones he has, because I figured he'd have at least one of them. Oh. Oh. Why are you lagging, OBS? Calm down. Fuck 2. I think that's also what Dion did. I think he skipped 2. Because I think people told him the same thing. Did any of those have the fixed camera angles, though? Because, like, that shit sucked. I know that's how we got the camera tech we have now, but fuck, that shit sucked. OBS, you good? Still saying no drop frames and stuff. Maybe it's the internet. Because, like, it was storming like fucking crazy all day. Oh, encoding overload. How? I'm doing nothing. Let me... That's the best I can do. At least till it gets its shit together a little bit. Wow, it's being a hater right now. If OBS crashes or something, I'm not gonna start stream again, simply because, like, I'd be ending in an hour, and that would totally fuck people's stream streaks. Just to give a heads up. But OBS is kind of throwing a fit right now. You good? You good, buddy? You need a pat on the head? I'll even turn off raids. I'm gonna have to like fucks with my encoder settings tomorrow or something. Because it's been acting up lately. And I know it's at least in part because I don't have a lot of available memory in the system right now, but I have enough that it should not be a problem. And it's throwing a fit about the encoder anyway. It's still saying it. I might change it to normally I have it so I'm streaming and recording at the same time, and I might change it to just stream because like I like to have a backup recording in case something goes wrong or whatever, but if it's gonna cause issues like this, it's not worth it. Yeah, that would be really nice, wouldn't it? Or even like a longer window than 30 fucking seconds. Give me like 3 minutes, you know? Not even gonna ask for 5. Because I don't even have anything extra open. All I have open right now is OBS, Firebot, YouTube Music, and a single Chrome tab with Twitch. And it's not even, it's my stream manager, which doesn't even have a stream preview. Because my stream preview is in OBS, I don't need it twice. I don't even have Krita open, I don't even have a game open. I closed Steam. Yeah, it's really freaking out. I might have to end a little early because of this. Oop, careful there. Let me try to finish this last string. At least. Yeah, it keeps coming up. It's bothering me. And I need to go through my photography photo and delete a bunch of the reject pictures because those are just taking up space. Um, but I only finished going through them the other day. So it's not like they've just been sitting for no reason. I gotta see if I can't, like connect an extra hard drive to this thing or something, even just move some of my applications on there. Or like my photos and artwork. Hmm? Oh, in the song or welcome back, pet the dog for me. OBS is just it's having a moment with me right now. So I might end early is what I was saying. And if I do, I'm gonna have to uh take my reject photos and delete them because they're taking up a lot of space, and I think that's part of what is taking up taking issue with OBS is that I don't have a lot of memory space right now. But also I'm gonna have to go through my encoder settings and make sure it's optimized because it seems to be eating more GPU than it should be, which is why I keep running into these encoder issues. And if I can also connect like an external hard drive to put some of my applications on there, or even just like my photos and artwork, that would clear up a lot of space and prevent some of these issues, I think. No, but it popped up today that it was due for an update, and I only started it about 45 minutes before stream, because of the storm. So I didn't have time to update it today. I usually also like to look up the updates first because I know a lot of the time they cause problems. But yeah, it's I think it's partly that I'm low on memory because I had to install a couple extra art programs for different animations I'm doing for commissions. Um okay, so I guess I won't update it then. But I will delete my reject photos because they're hogging up space on my computer. Revisit my encoder settings because it's giving me beef. And I think I'm gonna set up OBS so that it's just live streaming and no longer recording a backup thing at the same time because I think that's part of what's been causing me problems lately. And maybe I'm a little excessive by recording backups in the first place. But yeah, over the last couple minutes talking to you guys, I've just been getting constantly popping up in the corner encoder overload. And I only, right now, Breath, what I have open is OBS, YouTube Music, Firebot, and a single Chrome tab with the Stream Manager open, and I don't even have the Stream Preview on the Stream Manager. So the two most GPU intensive things right now are the cameras, and it's struggling with just that when it shouldn't be. Great. I love when updates cause problems. But yeah, it's at least partly that my memory space it's not full, but there's a lot of stuff on this computer, and I think I should clear up some space. And yeah, I know Chrome can be a resource sucker. I might have to just switch to a different fucking browser at this point, at least for when I'm streaming. Is there one you would suggest, Insane or Breathface? I know some people use Opera. I've just been using Chrome for a long time, so it's what I'm used to. One Chrome tab. Just one. And I usually have a single Chrome tab open while I'm streaming. That's normal for me. I actually have less stuff open than normal. I don't think so, but I could check. I turned that off a while back, but it's possible it like reset on an update or something. Yeah, my phone has my stream preview on it. And right now it has a little like blueprint basically for this. So I remember what goes where. But it's not connected to my computer presently. It's just here on my desk. Waterfox Fork? Is that like a Firefox alternative or something? Because I know people have been bailing on Firefox. And when you guys stream, do any of you record at the same time to keep like a backup, or do you just stream? Because I'm thinking about making it just stream, because right now I'm streaming and recording, and I know that's going to suck resources, but it's never been a problem before. But again, I had to download a couple new art programs for some stuff I'm working on, my photographs, and this animation I'm working on. And that's taking up a decent amount of space, and so are the photos. So when I go through and delete the rejects, that'll free up a lot of fucking space. Like, a lot. but it's still kind of a pain in the ass that it's a problem in the first place. Okay, because I pretty much like I run my stream, but I record a backup in case like Twitch fucking freaks out or something. But I pretty much just always end up deleting them once I export the VODs to YouTube anyway. Okay, Breath. Yeah, I'm not a very computery person. I'm sure you've picked up on that. People on Twitch have been fooled into thinking I'm better with computers than I actually am because I've created a very presentable setup and I know the like programs that I use for stream very well. But when it's not those couple of programs, I have no idea what I'm doing. And so people keep asking me computer questions now because they think I'm some kind of whiz. And I'm like, no, I will answer OBS questions and I will answer Firebot questions, and you need to take any other questions to someone else. That is all I'm good at. Oh no. Insane, I don't have many things run on startup. Although my antivirus does like to bother me all the time. And Razer usually has its thing pop up, even though I keep telling it not to. Now that you guys know I'm not actually that good with computers, I can be real. Do people not use antivirus now? Or are you just fucking with me? I don't know what that is to mention, and I don't know if that's good or bad. I'll be honest. So now we have the two shorter chains that match, and then the one really long dramatic one that I think is gonna look so cool when we have like this balance it out by being super decorated. I think it's gonna look awesome. I'm excited. I might I might need you guys to explain computers to me like I'm a boomer. Cuz I have just went forward with confidence pretending I have some idea of what I'm doing, I'll be honest. So if that's the case, insane, I can save some space. Yeah, but Breath Race, did you like grow up with a family that had decent computers? Or like you also have been to school a lot. I barely graduated high school. I graduated by a technicality. I need you to know that. This isn't a joke. I'm being so for real right now. Um Hold on, let me get these back in order. Oh. Once again, I need to mute that alarm or change the ringtone so that it's not playing copyrighted music while I'm streaming. That thing's old. A Commodore 64, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I only ever had like piece of shit hand me down laptops that had already been fucked up by like my teenage cousins and stuff. Um, so I never really had a reliable computer to try and take good care of, if that makes sense. It always started with some bullshit, you know? Um, so I didn't like learn a lot of the stuff about computers that you might expect from someone my age. Um, no, insane. Breatharius is so for real. Breatharius is like ridiculously educated. like, like I always think being educated is a good thing, but if anything, Breatharius is out here trying to find out if one can become too educated. And I mean that with all the love and respect. I hope you know. um, but for real, you're educated as fuck, and I, on God, barely graduated high school. Um, I am very bad at math and foreign language, and that made high school really difficult for me because I needed those credits to graduate. So I cheated through summer school and got picked up by No Child Left Behind bullshit. I graduated on a technicality. Um, it's not necessarily something I'm proud of, but it's certainly true. Stop eating my headphone wires, big boy. So after that, gold one, it's the big star, and then the green. I'm so bad at math. And like the thing that really annoyed me was that like I knew I wanted to go into the arts. And so I was like, why do I have to study like physics? I don't understand any of this. I feel stupid. I'm failing and it's required and I just want to draw pictures. Why am I here studying physics? Like I wish. No, I like Breatharius, they've just been putting this stuff, and by this stuff I mean like advanced sciences and mathematics on younger and younger students. I took I started taking algebra classes um when I was fucking how old was I think I was fucking 12 when I started taking algebra stuff and it didn't click for me to begin with. And I was in like a bad place mentally in that age, you know, when you're 12 and you want to kill yourself. And um fucking I ended up behind, and then because of the No Child Left Behind stuff, they advanced me anyway, and then I didn't know what any of it was because I didn't have the basis for it. And then it just got worse every year as they continued to advance me anyway. So I was never meant to be good at math. and and then they dragged me through until I had no idea what was going on and it was basically a foreign language. And all I could do at that point was summer school, and the summer school was at that advanced level that I had no understanding of course. Um so I cheated. I didn't see much other option. And my school also required physics, which I thought was some bullshit out of a high school. I think that's college tier shit, and I don't understand why physics was a required science because, again, without the basis of math that I'd missed out on, I had no fucking chance to understand it, and it just made me feel stupid and brought down my GPA and shit for no fucking reason. And that one was particularly frustrating because I really liked my physics teacher, and it was a shame to have to let him down as much as I did because he was a great teacher. I just didn't get it, and that wasn't on him. That was on like the whole fucking system. Um, Luckily, I'm a good test taker, so in a lot of classes, I was able to scrape by on that. But yeah, math and stuff. Mm-mm. Okay, those ones are back to being saved for later when we reconfigure how exactly we want that chain to be. These two are like a set. Gonna just put those to the side. Wild breathers. Yeah, we even got as far as like imaginary numbers and stuff in like high school, and all of that was beyond me. I love this song. This is one of my favorite Muse songs. This is gonna be another long one. This is gonna be what it hangs from. Gonna put that aside for now. And then we have all these guys. And they're just gonna hang right on here. But yeah, all math ever really did was frustrate me. And I also like wasn't diagnosed with ADHD until adulthood and all that stuff, and so like mental illness made it really hard for me. I am very glad to not be in school anymore, and I knew that college wasn't for me based on my experience with school prior. I didn't want to get into debt just to fail out again because I don't really learn in classrooms well. I'm hands on. That's my style. I might need a bigger jump ring for this. Race, that's crazy. Yeah, we had a tech initiative at my school, and so they gave all of us iPads and like studied us to see how iPads in this classroom impact students, and it was a fucking disaster. But they put Wolfram Alpha on the iPads, so that's largely how I got through math class. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm lucky. I don't know. Ups and downs. Ups and downs. We'll put it that way. Because, like, You had stuff like Wolfram Alpha, which was a beneficial tool, frankly, a fucking cheat for math class. Um, but then you also had shit like dudes watching porn in class. So like, win some, lose some. Honestly, the iPads were largely a distraction, so I think it probably would have been better with just the pens and papers. At least until like, more modernly they've kind of figured out how to regulate the tech better. At that point they hadn't figured out any of that, and it was a disaster. Because we were the test group. So if they had it figured out, why would they bother? Yeah, because Dimension, the thing about it was that they hadn't figured out how to do like the school regulations on them. So the iPads that we had flip flopped violently. They were either completely bricked to the point where you couldn't even Google something, or they were completely unregulated because they removed too many permissions, like permission restrictions, whatever, when they were trying to adjust for the overcompensation. So you went back and forth from I am responsible for this expensive piece of technology that I can't even use to oh, he's watching porn in class again. Everybody got on Minecraft Pocket Edition too at one point. And that was like the staff were so pissed, and it was hilarious because like they kept talking in Minecraft terms and none of them knew what the fuck they were talking about. And, like, yeah, we had like all the newest all the newest Apple products at the time. Like we had iPads, but there was also like the computer labs that had the like all in one big ass fucking monitor PCs. I'm sure you know what I mean. And like the teachers had like MacBooks that they could bring to their classes because they weren't always in the same classrooms. That's awesome to mention. Yeah, Minecraft Pocket Edition was the big thing when I was in high school because it was like iPad friendly, and it got past a lot of the restrictions because it was like a kids game. So, so even when it was like bricked, you could still play Minecraft. Like, a lot of the teachers banned the iPads in their classrooms completely because they just considered it a big distraction, and they weren't wrong. There were apps that were actually helpful, but a lot of it was just stupid bullshit, honestly. Yeah, I was never that smart, brothers. Not with computers. um, one thing that disadvantaged me too is that my parents are older. Like they didn't mean to have more kids, and then I came along. So so neither of them had any idea what they were doing, and they thought it was impressive that I could like open an email. Like, you know what I mean? And when I did study computer stuff, it was mostly program specific stuff like Photoshop and Illustrator in my graphic design class, or fucking office programs in my fucking like computer science class, like how to make a fucking spreadsheet. Something I actually was taught in school. I miss Flash games. But I've played some older games too, because my dad thinks computers are really interesting, and he like held on to a lot of the older ones and stuff because he didn't want to get rid of them because he thought they were neat, and he liked seeing how things changed over time. And so I've played like the text-based RPG Zork. um I played a couple games on like the fucking floppy disks he had back in the day. I don't, unfortunately I don't remember the names of a lot of them because I was very little. uh we even played games on the fucking Macintosh before it was Apple. There's a few I remember from those days. Starting to get caught on stuff already. This is why I was like saving some of the assembly for later. That's crazy. I'm so jealous to mention I would have loved that experience. Like, I'll probably tell my dad about it. I had AIM, so I had an AOL because I had AIM. Um, and technically I was too young for MySpace, but we all know I'm a bit of a fucking hipster, so I made one anyway. Glad Hallie's asleep for that one. I'd never hear the end of it. I assure you all. Oh wait, I meant to grab these. That's awesome. There's just like something about retro games and how they worked with the limitations of technology that makes them more charming than these modern games that try to look so realistic and have everything, you know? Does that make sense? The creative ways in which they worked with the limitations of the technology of the era is part of what made those games so memorable. OBS is starting to geek out on me again. It calmed down for a minute, so I thought we'd be okay. But it's acting up again. I would like to connect these, please, before you, like, totally shit the bed. Yeah, exactly, Dimension. Exactly. Yeah, so these guys are gonna go on these 6 and on the other side. Boop, boop, boop. I still need to glue in these ones because I encountered issues when I put them in originally, so I didn't glue those ones in place, but I glued all the other ones. But yeah, so you guys can get an idea of how some of these are going to hang. We're going to have these 6 little guys as short ones across the bottom here. These charms are here. There's going to be some little chains hanging between these with the bells that are going to dangle just past these charms. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. These will have little pieces here. That's what the bell ones we were looking at earlier were for. The 3 long ones that dangle way down. Way down. Little guys at the top. There's also going to be some pieces that hang just right across here and drape along too. And then the other half of the embroidery hoop is going to be this way. So this is going to be right in here. Like that. And it's going to have pieces hanging across all these and a bunch more pretty dangly little guys like this. And then the centerpiece is going to be right in the middle, hanging from the top. I think it's going to look really nice. But I don't want to fully assemble it until more of this work is done. Oops, I hooked it on my camera a little bit. But yeah, at least you guys get the idea. I'm gonna pre-cut some chain lengths before next time to save ourselves more time. I have to replace the one piece because I did break it, but I'll do that next time I run by the hardware store. I'm gonna glue in these last few screw eye pins that didn't get glued in before because I screwed them up the first time. So I had to fix them. I'm gonna have all these little dangles hanging on here, and then I'm gonna reconfigure plans for the ones that are meant to hang, like, across these, because I made it a little too long before. So we might take some beads out to shorten them up so that they hang nicely instead of just, like, dangling there. I just think it'll look prettier that way. But thank you guys so much for joining me today. I know it was a bit of a different thing than we normally do, but I'm having fun with it. And again, when this is done, it's going to hang in the background behind me. So I think it'll be really cool that we'll be able to say that, yeah, we worked on that together and just point it out behind me. And on days when it's not so rainy, it's going to catch the light so pretty. We have some really unique pieces for it too, which I really like. But if you didn't see it before, this is the centerpiece that I made already. I just like pre-assembled it because it has delicate pieces. That's going to be what's going to be hanging in the middle. And I think it's going to look really good. Say you and Dion are in like a contest to see who can get the craziest fucking emotes. I swear to God. So again, thank you guys so much for hanging out tonight. I'm gonna cut some chain lengths tomorrow. We're gonna be back at this Thursday working on more assembly, hopefully with some fresh plans for those pieces that came out too long. That's fair. That's fair. I have the raid message right there for you guys for anybody who'd like to grab it. We're going to take a peek at who's online. hopefully try to find a friend of the channel, unless somebody has a raid target they'd like to redeem guide the raid for. Let's see. Tricky's on. Yo, Dimension Cutter is literally live and also in chat right now. Buddy, what are you doing? Buddy. I think we know who we need to raid. Oh, do you, Breathers? Who were you thinking? Because I love meeting new people. We can't go there. Why not? I'm curious. And I'm gonna take some time tomorrow to look at my encoder settings, see if I have something that's not so optimized. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I can't, you know I can't do the heat. I got a heart condition. I can't stand the heat. Finally, I have people who can vouch for me that I'm not that good with computers. Because, like, Hallie thinks I'm just, like, humble bragging when I say that, but I'm not fucking joking. I'm not. He thinks I'm like, oh, no, I'm not actually that good, but for real, I'm not that good. I will take advice, thank you. Well, Breathways, if you think that your friend is just too hot for us, then I think we'll have to say hi to Dimension Cutter. Who was here earlier, so it just feels right, I think. So if you guys want to grab the raid message, I'd really appreciate that. We're gonna leave you off with our friends of the channel, Dimension Cutter, who is playing Star Wars: The Old Republic. Just got started. Okay. He just got started. I don't know. Maybe next time they're live when I'm live, give me a shout. Because I think it would be nice to leave everybody off with Dimension since he was here before. But if they're on next time I'm online and you're in chat, hit me with their username. Because I definitely want to start meeting new people and branching out a bit. And I prefer to do so through, like, friends of friends. Just because, like, sometimes you raid a random person and the vibe is not the same vibe your community likes, so it's a little awkward, you know? But yeah, I'll leave you guys off with Dimension. I will wish you all a wonderful night. I'll be back with more of this on Thursday at 7 p.m. EST. And if you want to see more Cowboy Time, we're still playing Red Dead Redemption 2 on Fridays at 8 p.m. EST, so y'all are welcome to join me for that. In the meantime, I hope y'all have a great one, and I'll catch you soon. Let's get this going. I mean, I am a Satanist, but we've already committed. Definitely give me a shout if they're on next time I'm on. I'd love to meet a friend. But everybody, let Dimension know we say hey, and have a fantastic one, guys. Bye!